Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Lunar Eclipse live stream. Still got quite some time before anything interesting happens, but we're going to go through and at least stream all the way through totality. So that's going to happen in a couple hours. Hopefully, everyone's doing well tonight. Hopefully, where you're at, you'll have some clear skies that you can actually step outside and take a peek at it as well. But if not, hopefully you'll be able to see it here. Can everyone hear me okay? Hey, John. Thanks for stopping by tonight. Hey, Starman. Awesome. I'm glad you guys can hear me. Good. How's everything at the observatory? Yes. So, uh, one of our members actually contacted me today, and he is donating a set. Yes, everybody needs moon filters. I know. I've been trying to get them for years, but none of the operators seem to have wanted them until it's too late. So, John, there is a polarizing filter in the 24-inch bay that may help cut it down a little bit, and there is some color inch and a quarter filters in the 10-inch bay. Rocco, Rocco should have some filters. If not, you always have the EAA set up on both rigs. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I know there's a couple 2-inch filters in the 24-inch bay, but yeah, we have a severe lack of filters. Maybe you guys can rig up a projection. Thanks, Starman. You always know how to make me smile. So our first event's gonna begin in about 21 minutes. Still be a while before we notice anything. We will notice the moon drop brightness a little bit, but after that is when the real fun begins. You know, Matt, sometimes I ask myself the same thing. But us crazy astronomers, we're a special breed, all on our own. You know I'm a fan of ham sandwiches, so I could see why you'd think of me. So throughout the evening, I'm going to be trying to take a couple captures to work on a project. I'll probably also do a little bit of just live stacking just to get some quick, rough captures just as a backup. My plan is once the penumbral eclipse begins, try to remember to do it about every 15 minutes. Um, got something in mind, but I'm not sure how it's going to work out. Haven't really done much lunar photography in quite some time. Nice. You can, if you want to get crazy, you can take the reducer off, but you're going to have to change the back spacing. I think all the other additional adapters are in the drawer where the case for the camera is if you want to get crazy and get a closer view of it. I'm guessing the 24-inch didn't have any problems homing tonight. See, that's why we need this checklist that you were talking about. That way we know what we can do, what we can't do, and what we need. Ideally, instead of trying to figure it out every time, we'll have a SOP of if you want to do this, use this to make it work. I'm glad to hear you didn't break anything like I normally do. That's okay. Between you and Rocco, if something breaks, you guys will figure it out. I trust you. Hey Patrick, thanks for stopping by. Rocco, I believe, is crying because the view through the 10-inch is just too bright and we don't have any moon filters. You know, honestly, that's not a terrible idea. So, in case you're wondering why or what I'm doing, my mount, for some reason, has a horrible time doing lunar tracking. I don't know why. Yeah, that's our sister observatory's favorite thing to look at with the 21 inch is the full moon. Uh, I tried braving it once and got about 10 inches away from the eyepiece and said that's close enough. But I do know for sure, John, there is a polarizing filter that will help, but probably not enough for the 24. It will at least be better than nothing. Yeah, that's not shocking, unfortunately. I will get some. I'll get some for the 24 inch. Like I said, one of our members. Yeah, that helps a little bit, but if it's 2 inch, maybe stack it with the polarizing filter. Or put an inch and a quarter in there and then go grab the filters from the 10-inch bay and stack a couple of those together. Like we had a little bit of a hiccup with the internet, but we should be good and back, maybe. That would be my luck that the first live stream in quite a while on this channel, honestly, the first activity in quite a while, and the internet would cut out. So, for anyone wondering what we're using tonight to capture the eclipse, we are using, let me switch to, let's see here. We're using a 4-inch stellar view on a Losmondi mount and a ASI 533 MC. Unfortunately, the camera in the observatory keeps cutting out, but it's mostly okay. And that's just to keep an eye on things anyway. Haven't used this scope much recently. My main imaging rig for the last probably 8 months that I've been using was a ASCAR 400 with a 2600 mm on it. I slightly retired this one temporarily for offsite star parties and visual only use. And the camera that it's on this telescope now, it was on my 12-inch Meade, but I haven't used that since August. Although I will be putting that on the mount here probably in the next month or two to gear up for galaxy season. Try to get those real far away dim dark fuzzies. I won't be using that camera though. I just picked up a 533 mono with filter wheel that I'm going to be trying out instead. 533 color, I'll probably use it for a little bit of solar, Hydra and Alpha, either on my Lunt or the Daystar, and see how that frames everything up. Typically, I use a SV Bony 432 just because it has the larger pixels and it critically samples well with the Daystar. So 8 minutes and the Earth's penumbral shadow is going to start touching the moon. Probably in another hour, we might be able to discern a little bit of dimming of the moon. Visually, if you're looking at it, it would be tough to tell. We may have a chance of seeing it dim slightly on the feed. And I just seen a bird fly by here. I did check to see if there was any ISS transits or any other major transits happening tonight, but there doesn't seem to be anything in my area. Well, that's always a good thing, John. Do you have your rig set up at home imaging anything other than your other than the Eclipse? Okay, nice. I have some. I got 3 nights of the Seagull that I want to stack and see how it comes out. I probably got a total of maybe 11 hours, just SHO. I want to stack it. I stacked 1 night of it, and I was playing around with it, and it came out okay, but I was just kind of going for some crazy colors, and the problem I ran into was just not enough data. It was just stretching too much, and it started getting wonky, but came up with a nifty, I guess you could call it Halloween themed color. Let's see here. If I can find it. So that there, just a couple different shades of green. Um, Lots of nice detail, but I just needed more data because I want to try to mimic the Heart Nebula that I did do that color palette. But I saved this one just because it looked, yeah, spooky. It looks nice. I had thought about recreating the wizard in this palette because I thought that would look good too. But sometimes whenever I sit down to process things, it turns into more of art than astrophotography. Hey Rocco, welcome to the stream. Good. I'm glad the keyboard's charging. Um, that's something else I need to put on list of things to purchase. And I got a little sticky note here. Let me, because that poor cable, it keeps going back and forth between the two bays. No, no, we can all share the cable unless both keyboards need charge at the same time. Rocco, I don't know if I told you, one of our members is going to be changing the power supply on the 10-inch. So if you do happen to go back up there and see that it's different, all is well. All right, so the eclipse has officially started. So good news for everybody at the observatory. Maybe it'll dim down soon enough that you can actually enjoy some of it. So our next event is going to be when the actual partial eclipse begins. And that'll be at 1:09 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And from there is where we'll start seeing actual dimming up until totality, where the moon will get a red hue. Guess I could do more than 200 frames for the captures because I'm camera's reporting about 20 frames a second, and the focal length of the telescope is 528, so seeing conditions should support a longer capture for stacking. But let's do a little quick sharp cap stack here. See how it comes out. So we're stacking the best 50% of frames, and I have it set to stack 200 frames. And hopefully for those at the other observatory, you brought a thumb drive or something so you can take all your awesome photos home with you. Sharp cap's nice for just quick lunar stacking. A couple nights ago at the observatory, a group of us went up and did some planetary photography, uh, just trying to dabble in it. Still have a lot to learn with that, though. And for those that may be wondering um, what exactly I'm talking about, I'm the director of one of our astronomy club's observatories. We're fortunate enough to have two observatories with two permanently mounted telescopes in each. One has a 10-inch refractor and a 24-inch reflector, while our sister observatory has an 11-inch refractor and a 21-inch reflector. So a group of our members is actually up at one of the two observatories enjoying the clear skies that we have desperately needed in the area. Um, we were lucky enough to have, I think this is the fourth clear night in a row. I hadn't done any imaging or any astronomy short of training a member on one of the scopes a couple weeks ago since probably early mid December. Just the weather has not been conducive between the bitter cold or just constant cloud cover. Let's see. Try to figure out when I'm going to do my meridian flip. Looks like I still got 2 hours before I'll hit my limit on the mount. So I may do a flip after the partial eclipse begins, I think. That way, get it out of the way before totality. And it'll give me enough time in case something goes awry. Well, I'm glad you accidentally remembered one. And that reminds me, I need to get you access to the NAS. I will add it to my to-do list. Not necessarily that it'll do you any good, because I'm not sure. I think I mapped it as a network drive on the 24-inch. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. Welcome to the stream. It's going to be a while before we get some really good activity, but I'm glad to hear that I have the sharpest picture. Thank you. No, Nick, we haven't. The, we probably won't see much dimming or any activity for at least another hour. After that, we may notice on the camera some dimming. If you were to go outside and look at it, it may be hard to discern closer until totality. Um, Now, once we get close to that, we'll notice a drastic change fairly quickly. Not as quick as a solar eclipse, but it'll start getting very dim, and we probably will start seeing the shadow cross over, and then the moon will start turning red. But we about 15 minutes ago, well, maybe 7 minutes ago, the penumbral shadow has touched the moon per se, but we won't notice any dimming yet. Hopefully, you'll stick around to see some changes, though. You're welcome. John, that may be just a burnout part of your retina looking through the 24-inch. So let me pull this up for Nick. This might help give a good representation of what we can expect to see. If time and date will cooperate. Yeah, let me switch to that. So Nick, this is from timeanddate.com. This is an animation of what we're going to see. So this is the penumbral starts. That was about a couple minutes ago. And you can see there's going to be a slight dimming of the moon. You can see it hopefully crossing here. And then once the partial eclipse starts, we will start seeing it get much dimmer as it transitions to a red during the total eclipse. So this won't be until about a little after 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Maximum eclipse is 2:26 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then you can see here the full eclipse ends and everything just happens in reverse. So the current phase that we are at currently, let me go back here, is going to be this representation right here. It okay, Eastern Daylight Time. Thank you for correcting me. I guess we did so EEDT. Maybe what we can do here in about 3 minutes, I'm going to do another live stack and capture another 200 frames, maybe 500 frames, and I'll pull up the two and see if we can notice any difference. I suspect with the setup I have, we won't, but it'll be fun to see. I'm not going to respond to that, Starman. I'm just going to pretend that everything is okay at the observatory. I know that you will do just about anything to get me up there tonight, but I I really want to do this for everyone that might have cloudy skies or might not be in the path of totality. Very nice. Yeah, sea stars, they're nice. Do you have the S50 or the S30? Oh, Rich. Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by, Rich. Still say we're going to turn you into an astrophotographer one way or another. You have a visual rig set up? You're 90? All right, let's get a better focus on here and do a stack and capture some frames. That's a I mean we could do one right now, Rocco. But it is something that we really need to work on. Hopefully sometime before our Star Party season really kicks off. Maybe once we come back from Neath. Uh, let's see. So we'll have the 12th and the 19th, those weekends before the first Star Party. Um, we'll figure it out. Or I will just I can kind of come back to the bay and do it if it's not chaotic during a star party even. Sure thing, Rich. Absolutely. And part of the 10-inch training and the 24-inch training is sharp cap training and EAA training. Um, so we'll definitely be covering that. Uh, we can even set up a virtual training, because I can we can just do it right on Discord or something. Even we don't necessarily have to be at the observatory to do that. I would like to come up to the VA one day with you and as a guest and see if I'm able to help you on site there. Because I have a feeling with that there might be some specific little quirks with it, especially with the focal length. Yeah, just let me know. It's hard because it's really far from where I'm at. But next time you go up, just let me know. Preferably if it's during the week, if it's a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I wouldn't be able to do it on a Monday, Tuesday, just because I'm in office. I don't like to stay out or stay up too late whenever I have to be in office the next day. All right, so we captured a couple hundred frames here. I'll process the. That was gonna be I was gonna ask you if you do have a guide camera and if you're running any type of guiding, because at that focal length, what mount do they have up there? CPC on a wedge, okay. All right, so we're gonna open up both of these photos. So this is the one that we just took, and this is the first one. Let's, let me see how I can get them side by side a little bit bigger. Okay, off-axis guiding. So it could just be my monitor. I can see a little bit of color differentiation between the two, but that could just be because it's higher up in the sky. Could be just cloud cover that passed by. I'm not seeing any indication of the penumbral shadow. Um, I doubt that anybody on the stream would be able to either. But like I said, we're gonna keep an eye on it. We're gonna try to do a stack like this every 15 minutes for another project that I'm working on, and see what happens. Now, I opened up the roof to my observatory probably, I want to say it was around 8 o'clock to try to get it to cool down because it was about 85 degrees in the observatory and facing the same problem we had. I was saying, I apologize if the stream just cut out for everyone a couple times there. For some reason, my SFP Plus Thunderbolt adapter is not playing nice tonight. Now, I did plug in an Ethernet cable also as a failover, but it doesn't seem to be failing over. And at this point, I'm too scared to try to aggregate the two links together just because I don't want the stream to cut out. But I was saying it was close to 80 degrees in the observatory. Now outside air temperature is 54 degrees. So I'm fighting focus more often than I thought I would for such a small scope. Now, one thing I didn't do, I put this rig together yesterday, actually, last night, to do some testing. One thing I didn't do was put a dew heater on it. So let me check what the dew point's going to be tonight. Or what it is currently, at least. Okay, so dew point's 36, it's 50. Unless something crazy happens, we should be pretty good. Worst case, I'll have to run down there and put one on. But I think we'll be okay without it. Trying to get good focus on a full moon is slightly difficult. Last night there was just a slim terminator line that I was using to focus on. Whenever you got a full moon, kind of like whenever you're doing solar photography or planetary, you want to try to focus on the edge, which is still kind of difficult to do. I've been kind of eyeballing this region here and getting Tycho as sharp as possible. That's been my reference points for tonight. So 41 minutes till the partial eclipse begins. Um, that's when I'm expecting here on the stream that we'll start being able to discern some dimming. No, I cannot see any changes yet here at the Astro and Focus Observatory. Are you able to see any up there? Hi, Dalen. Thanks for stopping by tonight. John, I think that it's going to be 40 minutes before we start seeing a discernible difference in the surface brightness of the moon. Um, I must say, I haven't sat and watched a full lunar eclipse since I was a kid with uh, I forget what kind of telescope it was, but it's essentially one of the Tasco's, little 2.5 inch refractor on a wood tripod. Um, I did go up midwinter to the observatory for a lunar eclipse years and years ago. It was frigid. I didn't stay for the whole thing. It was just too cold out. So this is the first one that I've actually watched from start to at least all the way through totality. I don't know if I'm going to stay till the end. 6 a.m. is a long ways away yet. Yeah, Dalen, I don't envy anybody on night shift. I am ecstatic to be off of night shift, uh, to try to have some form of a sensible life and be able to go shopping at a normal hour and have all the stores open and visit with friends and family. Yeah, especially after COVID, since there's no real any 24-hour stores. The best you can do is like a gas station mini mart just to pick up something like run out of toilet paper or, something like that. Yeah, I was fortunate I've got tomorrow off, so if I do want to stay up till I believe it would be 6 o'clock, I can, but I don't think I will. But I'll definitely see through totality, maybe a little bit after just to get a couple more photos, but that's about all I'm going to commit to. Yeah. Whenever I was working night shift, it was go to work in the dark and come home in the dark for parts of the year. And even if we wanted to go somewhere for lunch, nothing was open. Um, there was a pizza shop nearby, well, it's still there, that stays open fairly late on the weekends, maybe midnight ish. That's about it. What scope you have on your AM5 tonight, Dalen? Nice. Yeah, Rich. At least you don't have to worry about a meridian flip with the Sea Star. I haven't used my AM5 since the last one of the last star parties. Yeah, we have that problem here too. Raccoons everywhere, and it's almost time for the skunks to start coming out, and they'll be wandering around looking for food. All the critters. But still, nothing beats the raccoon experience we had at the observatory a couple years ago. Dragging an entire trash bag across the parking lot. Did you ever see that video, Dalen? It was Rosie and Jimmy's Big Heist, I think we called it. It was close enough that it should have signed the guest book. We were all sitting at the welcome area at the front desk, and we heard some noises, and I mean, I'm surprised it didn't walk in to see what was going on. I believe you're right. I think it did make a Guide Star article. We still chuckle about that evening. All right, so I'm 5 minutes past my 15-minute photo. So let's try to get this centered up enough and take some more frames. And now we'll do another quick sharp cap live stack. Now, to me, this stack looks a little bit dimmer than the previous one, but we'll pull it up and check. Could just be all in my mind. So this is our first one. This is our most recent, and I haven't changed any settings on the camera. I haven't decided yet if I will adjust later. And I'm going to say yes, we do have some dimming from the first to now. Yeah, it's even just a different hue even, where it's more monochromatic. Whereas here, it has some other shades of color in it, it seems. whereas this one doesn't quite have that same contrast. So I'm gonna say that we do have possibly. Well, let's open up 15 minutes ago as well. Compare those two. I'd say even from there we do have a noticeable difference between the two. Now, Starman, I remember a couple nights ago you were telling the moon that the moon's not that bad, at least for this week. So let's get this back center because I noticed that was pretty far off. Looks a little soft to me. Let's see if we can get a little bit better focus. I should try SharpCap's edge detection focus assistant. I don't think I've ever used it. I've tried it for solar and wasn't quite pleased with it. I've never tried it on the moon though. That still looks soft to me though. There we go. Ah. Um, John, if you go into that computer also has the email address that we all share for access. If you go in there, the license is in there still. Yes. Yep. Yeah, I'll double check. I'll log in to the email. Um, but I don't think I ever removed it because I didn't feel there was a need to. Yeah, it's the license is still in there if you have time to get that set up. If you're just joining us, thanks for stopping by this evening. Uh, on the preview here now, the live stream, I can definitely see, even on that, a noticeable dimming. And as we get closer to the partial, we're going to even see that happen quicker and quicker. We're still a little ways away from the featured event, but the fact that we're able to start seeing noticeable changes is very exciting. So I'm going to try to get my focus dialed in, take another set of frames. It's only been 10 minutes, but I am trying to stick to the every 15 minutes, every quarter of the hour. That's definitely getting worse, so we're going to go the other way. I'm going to call it there. We're going to capture 500 frames. Patrick, have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Okay, we got our 500 frames captured. We're going to do another sharp cap stack here. And we still haven't made any adjustments to the camera yet. We're going to have sharp cap stack 200 frames on its own, taking the best 50%, and still not going to make any adjustments to the sharpening or brightness. All right, so we got our 200 frames stacked here in sharp cap. Let's go back to our live view. Center this up after we can do another comparison. So even on my screen here, even just looking at the thumbnail previews, I can see a stark difference between our first capture at the beginning of the penumbral eclipse and now. So let's open up our first one. At this point, I should probably just leave that one open. But I'm running a little Melee mini PC. Oh no, this is running on a Nook. Keep forgetting. I switched over most of all of my rigs to little Melee PCs. I didn't have time to set one up for this scope last night. So I'm actually running this scope off of the computer that runs the observatory as a whole, as far as backup roof control. It passes through roof control to all my other computers, my all sky camera, which I will pull that up later to see what it looks like during totality, even though it probably will be washed out still. But looking here, you can definitely see the Earth's shadow. It's definitely crossing over and starting to dim the moon. Like I said, I'm expecting here after about 20 minutes, when the partial eclipse truly does start, we're going to start seeing it dimming quicker and quicker up until totality. And just to see what a difference was, now this won't be a true 15-minute interval. This will only be a 10-minute interval. We can definitely see this region here has gotten much darker. Hopefully that's coming through on the stream as well. And apparently that is not... Oh, there we go. So the all sky camera, it's ASI 224 MC. The reason I went with that, honestly, whenever I built this all sky camera, I was just looking for something cheap. I didn't know how well it would work out for me. I'm pleased to say that it's been up and running through various iterations of different software, whether it be Raspberry Pi or a Windows-based software. It's been running for probably 5 years now. Camera runs 24/7, 7 days a week. The only time it will be down is if the observatory batteries die, because my observatory, for those don't know, is fully solar powered. My batteries are aging at this point. I plan on hopefully this year upgrading to a lithium battery. I have an AGM lead acid battery, 2 of them in there, and they are past their life expectancy. I do have a backup generator that will automatically kick in once the voltage gets too low. But sometimes I just don't have access to get down to the observatory if it's too snowy or if it's too wet. The road will wash out or turn to just ice or mud. But you can see here, full moon, it really washes out on the camera. Haven't been able to find a happy medium where I can leave it all the time without either having the moon be a nice small white dot versus being able to still, when there's no moon or a new moon, I should say, be able to see any stars. But happy to see that there's no real clouds. Maybe a little bit, put that back, a little bit here on the western horizon. So north is up, west, east, south. But really pleased with the sky conditions, at least for this event. So see, this is drifting away again. So we'll get that centered. Partial eclipse is going to start in 15 minutes. I want to say, just from the live preview here, I can see even more dimming. But that could just be my eyes playing tricks on me from staring at this now for an hour and a half. Once we do hit totality, I will be stepping away from the stream for a little bit. I am going to go visually view it, and for any of those that have clear skies and are watching the stream, don't leave, but please definitely step out if you're able to and see it. So Astro Escape and John Stump are reporting that they can see some dimming in their preview. Sean and Aaron concur. That's good. So Dalen runs a YouTube channel, Astro Escape. You should definitely check out his content. He's got some really great videos on setting up various telescopes. He has a video that what to expect during a star party and covers everything from what you might need, star party etiquette. It's actually one of the videos that we do routinely display on our one of the TVs that has short little educational clips during our star parties. Definitely recommend checking out his channel. He has some great content on it. It's okay, John. I'll just send you another link. How about that? Oh, anytime, Dalen. I, for various reasons, also had stepped away from mine. When I was setting this up, my YouTube dashboard was showing me my statistics for my most recent video that was 360 some days ago, and I died a little inside. I will say that I've made a commitment, or I've been trying to be more active on some of the social medias. My original goal was this year to post a new picture every month, or not every month, excuse me, every week. I was not anticipating several months of clouds and poor imaging conditions, though. So I think I was able to get through most of January into the beginning of February with some new photos that I hadn't shared before. Um, I don't want to share some of my old ones that I've already shared because that seems kind of like not that great. Well, John, you did get a new camera recently, so we can blame you. For a while there, I was blaming our president of our astronomy organization because she got a full new astrophotography rig. Um, but it seems like when there's clouds, us astrophotographers, the only way to cope is to buy more gear, which inevitably makes more clouds appear. It's a vicious cycle of controlling everybody to keep them from buying equipment and angering the astronomy gods. So looking even quicker now, the dimming. I think in 3 minutes here, once we compare the current stacked photo to the beginning, it's going to show even more of a drastic decrease in surface brightness than what we seen just 15 minutes ago. For everybody that just joined or you're joining in now, thanks for stopping by. Um, Partial eclipse phase is going to be in full effect starting in 10 minutes. And then our next countdown event is going to be the totality. So Astro Escape, they're reporting, yep, C star much dimmer. I'm guessing for those up at the observatory, John, it's probably still too bright to be able to enjoy a view through either of the telescopes there. Nice. That's something I had thought about setting up a second scope and trying to just have it run and do a time lapse, but I didn't know how well my AM5 would track the moon over the course of the entire event. My Lost Mondi, it never liked tracking lunar for some reason. Um, so I didn't want to have to try to sit there and watch two and adjust it. But I'll be excited to see that. So just under a minute here, we're gonna do another stack. Um, 9 minutes before partial eclipse starts. Still got an hour before I have to do a meridian flip. I may try to force one early. Looking at the observatory camera, I believe I should be able to get away with doing one without it hitting the other limit. But we'll see. All right, so it's that time again. I'm going to just try to get a little bit sharper focus. You already forced your flip? Yeah, whenever I started the stream, I think it said I had 2.5 hours or so until I'd hit a limit. Um, so I don't know. We'll see. I definitely want to give myself enough time in case something goes wrong. Because more than likely the moon will be in the field of view, but not quite on. Um, even though the telescope's permanently mounted, I stopped building a sky model. Once I switched to Nina for my capturing, I noticed that for some reason, if it had a model in it previously, so if for those that aren't familiar with Lost Mondi mounts, whenever you start it up, you have several different options on how you start it up. You can do a cold start or a warm restart. The cold start, it clears out any sky model that's been synced to the mount, whereas a warm one, it remembers it. It makes the assumption that the mount hasn't moved, hasn't been bumped. The problem I was running into is my slews would be drastically off, to the point where sometimes the telescope would just point to the ground. Once I started forcing a cold restart every time, that went away. And I'm not sure if it's a Nina syncing issue or if it's something is going wrong with the control board on my mount. And I will say I am having a much more difficult time trying to focus it. I do see that there's the sky conditions have worsened. The moon is bouncing around much, much more than it was previously. I'm using this region here as my focus reference point at the moment. That's going to be the Sea of Fertility. No, Sea of. This is the Sea of Fertility. Trying to use that as my reference. I think that might be as good as I can get. A bird or a bat just went by. So we're going to take 500 frames here real quick. Yep, Skyfriend. Absolutely. Now let's do a quick... Oh, we're still waiting for it. There we go. There's a stark difference. So 4 more minutes till partial eclipse begins, and I think we're going to start dropping brightness very, very quickly. I could be wrong. Like I said, it's been a very long time since I've sat and watched through an entire total lunar eclipse. I still don't want to change any camera settings yet. I haven't decided. We're going to probably do our best to not change any settings. We may have to during totality, though. And then try to get them back to where they were. All right, so we have our stack here. Oh, there goes another Sky Friend Starman. So let's start with 15 minutes ago and current. Drastic difference. By far the most drastic difference in a 15-minute period. They're flying by so quick, I can't tell if they're bats or birds. I'm, I mean, I've been known to see some bats here, but so it wouldn't be surprising. So partial eclipse begins in 2 more minutes. But it's definitely dropping quick. I'm gonna take a guess and probably say in about 15 minutes we may have to increase our exposure time if we want to be able to see anything at all. But gonna hold out as long as I can. Because otherwise it just won't look like an eclipse. Yeah, even for the Lunar New Year, I think we're a little late. All right, so we got 6 more minutes before we're going to take our next set of photos. And now the countdown for the main event starts. If you're just joining us, we just started the partial eclipse phase. We're going to start seeing a drastic reduction in brightness of the moon, leading up to in a little over an hour to the total eclipse, where the moon is going to change into a red hue. Um, that phase is going to last just over an hour, from 2:26 to 3:31 Eastern time. Nice. I might have to take a step out and check that in maybe maybe a little bit longer. So, fun fact, the longest total lunar eclipse on record occurred 25 years ago, July 16th, lasting 106 minutes and 24 seconds. So while we have a couple more minutes before we start our next image, let's try this focus tool. So sharp cap's saying I need to go the other way, I believe. Yep. Well, I'm gonna say sharp cap is wrong, or it's just user error. Um, so that's definitely getting worse. All right, Rich. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great evening. So on my screen here, this whole region is basically completely black. Not sure what it's looking like on the stream, but you can definitely see the curvature of the shadow right there. you're just joining us, we're about 6. Nice. So you can see it in the 10-inch, still too bright in the 24-inch, I'm guessing. Oh, and look at that. We are 2 minutes past our 15-minute photo. Boy, Sean unsupervised at the 24. There goes all the Teleview eyepieces. Just going to get this centered up real quick. And we're going to take 500 frames. For those just joining us, what we've been doing is every 15 minutes, we've been taking a stack of 200 frames through SharpCap. And I've been taking 500 frames to process at a later time for a project. My mount wants to overshoot. We're going to call that good. I'm going to take 500 frames here. How's the EAA working on the 10-inch? We got our frames. Now let's do a stack. Not sure why it put our focusing assistant reticle up here. That's slightly interesting. Not quite sure how to get rid of it. Yeah, I'm still holding out because I am trying to get this transition of watching the shadow. I feel like if I increase the brightness, it's not going to have the effect that I'm looking for. So we're going to pull up. We're going to start with our 15 minute ago stack from SharpCap. I feel like at this point I should say SharpCap is not a sponsor. And this is quite drastic. Did I open up the right one? Because that is very drastic. Yes, I did. So here is the first shot that we did right at the penumbral eclipse start. And there on the right side of the screen is where we are at now. Still got 49 minutes before the mount hits its limit. I'm thinking at 1:30 after I take that set of photos, I think that's when I'm going to do the meridian flip. Now, in case you're wondering why I have the IR camera, the IR on the observatory camera up in the top right of the screen there, for doing this, I don't feel like it's going to affect anything. Whenever I'm doing deep sky astrophotography, Even narrowband, I do turn it off. Because I do find, depending on which orientation the scope is pointed, the the narrowband filters, the IR will leak through and interfere. And if you're just stopping by, just stopping by the stream. Thanks for stopping by. We got about an hour till the total eclipse starts. We've been following this all the way from the beginning. Haven't made any adjustments to the camera yet from the beginning. That way we can really see the shadow cross through and dim the moon. Once we get report of color change, if we're not noticing it here at the Astro and Focus Observatory, we will adjust it then. But we're going to wait as long as possible before we make any adjustments to the camera. See if we can get it a little bit sharper. It's getting increasingly difficult to find a nice, sharp, crisp focus, though. I think that might be the best we're going to get at the moment. You ready to get down? Okay. Kitty has had enough of the eclipse. So possibly in about 15 minutes or so, maybe 15, 20 minutes, we may start seeing some of the red hue. For those that are just joining the stream and this might be your first lunar eclipse representation and animation from timeanddate.com, that it'll show what to expect. So this was the first phase where the penumbral eclipse started, leading up to the partial eclipse phase, which we are in now. So this is where the partial eclipse phase started. That was about 20 minutes ago. And I'll back this up. We are currently right about here on the eclipse phase. Moving forward in time, We can start seeing as totality nears, we get a red U, and we'll be able to enjoy that for a little bit over an hour before totality ends and the moon starts going back into out of the sun or the out of the earth's shadow. Hi John, what's on your mind? Astro in Focus here. What troubles you? Turn the channel into a helpline. It's quite warm where I'm at. The the comforts of home. I'd say it's probably 69 degrees, maybe 70. I will say it's got to be warmer than a couple nights ago when we were out at the observatory. Maybe not. Yeah. Well, hey, at least you guys can get into the members' room and warm up. Grab a snack and a drink. So we're gonna get this centered back up in preparation for our next set of quarter hourly, however we want to word that, every 15 minutes, taking a photo and a series of photos that I'll process later, and a stack right out of SharpCap to compare now. I'm gonna call that good. Then we'll work on focus. Gonna try to overshoot it, so that's definitely getting worse. And then we're gonna backtrack, similar to how an autofocus routine would work if you were using capturing software like Voyager, Sequence Generator Pro, Nina. Except for we're using the Mark 1 eyeball for focusing. That wind on Tuesday, that was rough. It felt like the 10-inch bay was 10 degrees warmer just because of the high walls. So we definitely overshot it there. Let's backtrack. I'm going to call that good. Capture 500 frames. All right, we got that. And let's have SharpCap do a stack for us. That's not stacking though. That is a live preview. Let's reset it and see. For some reason, let's see here. Focus assistant. So that's what we had up and running, and it was not working properly. Let's go here, back to our stacking. And it's still giving me a live preview. It's not giving me the stacked image. So our first known technical difficulty. So let's try just closing out of the camera, reconnecting it. Our settings are still the same. And let's try doing it. And it's still not. When all else fails, turn it off and turn it back on again. And if you're looking at this in a dark area, I apologize for the bright background. While we're here, we'll adjust the focus just a little bit. And let's see if the reboot there fixed it. There we go. Much better. So I'm not sure if that was just user error, not exiting out of the contrast edge detection focusing assistant in SharpCap, or if it's just some type of a bug. But either way, we got it figured out and we're back up to running. All right, so we got our 200 frames. For those of you that just joined us, every 15 minutes we've been taking pictures. We've been letting SharpCap do a stack, and we've been capturing 500 SEER files to stack at a later time, and doing a comparison throughout the course of the evening. So there's the first one. We're going to have to dig. Here it is. Nope. Now I got to figure out where SharpCap hid the previous files. Right here. Okay, 119. Yep. So this was our roughly 15 minutes apart. 119, 134. So, yep, 15 minutes apart. Drastic difference once again. And for those of you that weren't here in the beginning, this is where we started right at the beginning of the penumbral eclipse. I'd like to thank everybody for stopping by tonight, checking out my live stream of the lunar eclipse. hopefully where you're at, once we hit totality or when totality happens in your area, you'll be able to step outside and view it as well. If not, we're going to be streaming all the way through totality, um, possibly a little bit after. So hopefully everyone will stick around. I do fear that I might run out of space on this computer though by the end of this. I got 64 gigs free. I feel like just recently it said I had 74 free. I may have to go in and clear up some of my deep sky frames that I've transferred off of this computer. Or some of my old hydrogen alpha work for solar. I think while we're waiting before our next capture, I think we're going to go ahead and do a meridian flip. That way we'll have time just in case there's any problems. It appears that the observatory camera has decided it doesn't want to work anymore. Let's see if I can fix that. That's okay. So as expected, the moon is off in the corner. And upping the exposure, we can clearly see some of the red. Slowly work this back down to center in a nice zigzag motion. If Starman's still there, bonus points for him if he knows what that star right there is without cheating. He's probably pilfering the Teleview eyepieces, I'm telling you. He does that from time to time. All right. So before we go back to our previous exposure, I am just going to do, just for giggles, and say it might have problems trying to stack this with this being overexposed. And well, do this. I did the wrong stacking. There. Yeah, it's gonna struggle trying to find frames to stack. So in a little bit, naked eye, you should be able to start seeing this coloration. Um, might actually be able to see just a hint of it now. But that's a nice view. Tempted to leave it like this for a little bit, just so you can watch the shadow cover across. Down, you know, even if we dim it down just a little bit, we start to lose that coloration. But here's something interesting you can see. Normally this would be your terminator line. You can see the peaks and valleys of the mountains, and right here on that shadow line, all the craters. That's something I wasn't expecting to actually see. Dalen from Astro Escapes, he can see colors through the binoculars. That's awesome. I might have to step out here once I get the exposure back to where we were, um, just to take a peek at it before totality. So we'll go back to the exposure that we were previously at, because we are at that time where we're going to take another series of photos. Very difficult to focus at this. We are going to brighten it up a hair to try to get some type of contrast to be able to focus. And that's actually looking like really good focus. We're going to start with our 500 frames. And then we'll have SharpCap do a stack and do our comparison. All right, let's do a stack here. I'm not sure if it's sky conditions or what, but it does seem like SharpCap is having more and more of a difficult time trying to find acceptable frames. Have that. So let's do a comparison from our last 15 minutes, which is going to be right here. 119, no. It was before I named it. I had to close out a SharpCap because it wasn't stacking properly. Unfortunately, I don't know where it was, so we will have to compare it to 30 minutes ago. So here's a 30-minute difference. Just as we slightly expected, the partial eclipse phase much more drastic than the penumbral eclipse phase. So 36 minutes until totality. Getting reports that it's ever so slightly turning red in the shadow. We did see that here on the live stream whenever we increased the exposure time. Going to wait a little bit longer for the shadow to cover a little bit more. That way we can try to start seeing that color differentiation without blowing out too much of the moon. And interestingly enough, we tried to do a meridian flip, and I was thinking that the camera feed was malfunctioning. Actually, the mount decided it was not time for a meridian flip. So, I've never tried forcing one this way, and it's not going to let me. So, we might have to wait a little bit longer because I suspect that if it tried to do one, it would hit one of the limits that it has in place. It's unfortunate because might run into a problem where there is a actual problem that we need to resolve and only have about 14 minutes to fix it. I do have an idea though that we might try here at 2 o'clock. I may try parking the mount and having it go do a go-to to the moon to see if that'll force it to do a flip that way. With that said, I am going to go get another beverage, and I am going to step outside for a couple minutes. So feel free to chat amongst yourself, and I will be back shortly. All right, everyone, I am back. Took a peek outside. Didn't take binoculars out. Can't see any red U yet, but the portion of the moon that's not covered by the Earth's shadow is much, much brighter than what we're showing on screen here. So it may be time to, after we do the meridian flip, to go ahead and adjust the exposure properly. I'm going to bump it up a little bit just so I can get a focus. Take a couple frames. Well, hello, Dave's Astrophotography. How are you this evening? Welcome to the party. The virtual star party. Or in this case, lunar party. Right. So we are going to drop this back down. Do 500 frames. "8 a.m. got about eclipse streams open." Must be a language barrier there. I'm not sure if that's a complete sentence. Ah, 6. It's a nice even number. Well, somehow SharpCap is doing its magic and able to stack some photos. Kudos to you, SharpCap. Ah, Dalen saying some stars in Leo are getting easier to see. So we're definitely getting some visual dimness. All right, so we're going to save that. Before we go any further, we're going to go ahead and we're going to try to get this to do a meridian flip. So I'm going to go ahead and park it. So if you're just joining us, we're just doing a meridian flip here before totality. We got about 20 minutes just in case there is any problems with it doing a flip. I don't suspect we will, but if it can go wrong during a live stream, it will go wrong. But I must say, I've never been able to get autofocus, or wasn't aware that it. Well, I guess I did see that it has some type of autofocus. Yeah, automatic refocus. Never used it. All right, so the mount is parked. So let's go back to here. Keep an eye on the mount and see which way it's gonna go. So it does look like we are going to successfully do a meridian flip here, which is very exciting news. Alright, the park's settled. So now we just got to get the moon centered up again. So I tried using contrast edge detection earlier in the stream, and it probably was user error, but it was telling me the focus was better, and it clearly was not better. I've only dabbled with that a couple times, trying to do solar, because for those that have done solar, especially hydrogen alpha, it is very difficult to get good focus. You're fighting a bright object with most of the time horrible seeing conditions. All right, so we got the moon here. I did have to crank up the exposure a little bit because it was over here on off the field of view. We got it back here. We're going to get it centered up. And I think what I'm going to do is going to adjust the camera settings to mimic what I seen whenever I was outside, which would be about that, except for it wasn't blown out. And I don't know if the camera is going to be able to do it justice. Thinking we may leave it there. Let's get this. Before we do that, let's center it here. We'll play the pin the center on the moon instead of pin the tail on the donkey here. Where's the center of the moon? Probably not there, but we're going to call it good there. Expand this out a little bit. See if we can get some good focus. So if I tried the contrast edge, I wonder if it would try to pick up this edge or this edge. That would be something interesting to try, but I did have issues going back into the live stacking after doing the contrast edge detection focus assistant, and it wasn't live stacking. It said it was stacking, but the image that it was displaying was still the live preview. Once again, not sure if that was a bug or if it was user error. I think we overshot, so let's back it up a few steps. I think that's going to be about as good as we're going to get. So just for reference, our original exposure was that. So that was what I felt was a properly exposed full moon versus now. And I think we are at the point where we are going to have to increase the exposure to be able to see anything. You change edge detection to a smaller square, for example, on a crater with a large contrast between the surface and the crater edge. I will have to try that sometime in the future. Let me see if we can fine tune this focus, because my luck, it's going to take me 5 minutes to try to get it somewhere into focus. Is there a reason the moon is going out of the field of view? No? Gonna say that might be as good as we're gonna get. I noticed that Starman has completely ignored my question, but that's okay. Hopefully he's got the dent from pushing the ladder into the 24-inch out. Of course, we're all joking. Oh, I was just saying I'm hoping that he got the dent out of the 24-inch because he ignored my question about pilfering eyepieces. So just under 15 minutes till the total eclipse. Be interesting to watch the remainder here with the camera exposure settings to see if we get any hint of red or not. I'm guessing we probably won't here. Still too much if we increase the exposure to get that. It does start blowing out the rest of it. Starman, that would be quite a feat considering the size of some of those. I'm not sure what to say. Not sure to congratulate you, um, extend my condolences, or ask John to take you to the nearest emergency room. You know you're not wrong, John. All right, so I am going to take our next series of captures a little bit early because I'm gonna adjust the brightness up so we can start seeing some color. And I am thinking I am gonna have to free up a little bit of space here before too long. So, John, I guess the biggest question I have for you at the moment is it still too bright for the 24-inch? I don't think we're going to get any clear. I'm going to end this stack early. And I don't believe that we need to do a comparison anymore about the vast difference between now and even 15 minutes ago. So I think for now, we're going to leave a little bit of the moon overexposed as we can watch the shadow cross through to totality. If you want, we can run through all of them. But to do a full detail explanation, John, I think it might take an hour or two. I mean, I'd be more than happy to do it. I just want to warn you that you may miss totality if we go through it. So I wouldn't, I wouldn't want to rob you of any experience. So Dalen from Astroscapes, colors very apparent in the binoculars. Stars are visible in bino field of view. Cranking up the exposure, I can see at least one right here. I know previously, before I stepped outside to look at it, I was able to see more. I can't tell. No, I can only see the one there. Let's back out here. So we have two, one down here and here. So if you're just stopping by for the evening, we are minutes away from totality. I have increased the exposure now to start giving that stark red blood moon appearance. This within just under 8 minutes should be visible naked eye if you're able to see totality in your region, and of course if there's no clouds. So while we're waiting for this, I'm gonna switch everyone over to this while I clear up some files because I don't think anyone wants to watch me delete a bunch of old data. But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Just cleaning up some space so we have room to capture some more. I forgot that this computer actually runs the all sky camera, and it makes a time lapse every night for the last several years. And there's no limits on the folder size, so it just keeps going and going. All right. So just under 5 minutes. I thought with this exposure it would be actually easier to focus, but it's still difficult. I think right there we got fairly decent focus. So 42 seconds until totality. And the interesting thing is with this exposure, how much we're still overexposed here. Let's go ahead and drop that exposure down. As we slowly come to, and the 10. That's fantastic to hear. And if you're just stopping by for the stream, we are in totality. We still have a little bit of time until max totality. Roughly 30 minutes. 32 minutes actually. Well, I guess it wouldn't be 32 minutes because we're past the total, the start of total eclipse. So we are going to adjust the brightness a little bit, see if we can just get rid of that little sliver of white hiding there. Now, probably in about 10 minutes or so, once we get a little bit deeper into totality, I'm going to spend a couple minutes stepping away. And as we can just watch the last sliver just disappear. I'm curious what Sharpcap will think a correct color balance is, and that's quite funny. It gets it back to a monochromatic. I do have suspicions that it would be much step outside. It's probably a little bit more red than this. Once I do step outside, maybe I'll adjust it so it's more so to what see with your naked eye. We are going to go through. We're going to do another stack of 500 since we are in totality. And being that we are down to, or we're up to 3/4 of a second, let's drop this down to 100 frames. Go ahead and have Sharpcap do a nice stack for us. We'll probably end this one early too, just because we're only stacking it about a frame every second and a half, a little bit under a second and a half. So we can see here with the stack, we have one star in the field of view. Let's see. Yeah, just one with this exposure. Or no, two. Unless the mount's not tracking perfect, which we've noticed throughout the entire event that it's not, and this is just an artifact from sharp cap stacking. So we're going to stop this at 30 frames. John, would you like a update on how we started versus how we are now? We're back to full moon, but much more red. And I think that was just a stacking artifact because we can see here just one star is visible. Oh, I know. That's why I'm teasing you. But yes, the survey says it's much more red. See if we can get a little bit tighter focus. Okay, so we definitely overshot there. I have to remember we're taking much longer exposures than we were before. So that should give it a little bit of time to update. I feel like we overshot there, so I'm going to say 60 steps back negative, and we should be fairly good. So right around 20 minutes until peak. Uh, Not sure if we'll notice any difference on the stream. We may notice this region down here get a little bit darker. So I'm thinking down here is a little bit dimmer than it was before. Up by Tycho, I'm not entirely sure if I can notice any dimming up here, but down here where we were watching it reach totality, I definitely think that this has dimmed down a little bit. So just over 15 minutes until we hit our peak eclipse. I think we're going to start getting this recentered up and prepare for another set of images. If Sharpcap will quit playing hide and seek with me. There we go. Since we're such a slow frame rate, we're just going to stack, or we're just going to capture 50, and we'll probably just do 50 for the stack as well. Hmm. If anybody knows, put it down in the chat. See if any other stars are visible. So with our current exposure, still just that one. So just over 10 minutes away from the maximum eclipse. So we bumped up the exposure just a couple minutes ago, and I feel like it is definitely dimming overall some more. Or we might need to bump it up a little bit more, even above a second. Tell you what, for just having SharpCap do a stack, I think that looks really nice. Hi, Susie. Thank you. So right now we're just having SharpCap do a stack. It'll bring out a little bit more detail. Just momentarily, we'll go back to the live view here. I'll let it stack 2 more frames. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. And then here is our live view. Taking a photo, just under 1 photo a second. We need a second. It'll update. Just over 5 more minutes until maximum eclipse. Total eclipse of the heart. I'm not sure if I get the reference, John. Oh, Susie. That's horrible. Oh, the song. We here in southwestern Pennsylvania, we have had the most horrible cloudy weather um, all winter. We're fortunate enough, this is the fourth or fifth night in a row where it's been clear, probably since early mid-December. Hey, Dave, you're welcome. Thank you. So now just under 5 minutes. We got 4 minutes until we hit maximum. Um, oh, thank you. Thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it. Um, I'm hoping to really start putting out more content. Kind of took a break from YouTube for a little while after the last solar eclipse, but I'm hoping to get back into this a little bit more. I really enjoy doing these live streams, so I'm hoping to do a lot of EAA, kind of like we are now, in the future. Can we see M13 now? Tell you what, Starman, why don't you ask Rocco to slew to M13? Well, there's lots of great resources online to learn about telescopes, depending on what your interest is. Um, if you can find a local astronomy club, that is going to be your best bet for a wealth of information. Um, hopefully, you'll have one in your area. John, I can already see Starman rolling down the hill in my mind. So just under 3 minutes to the max eclipse. I am going to step away so I can go view it myself. Um, but the stream's not going to go anywhere. I am going to adjust focus for everyone here that is on the stream. Just a little bit. It does look pretty good, but I think we can get it a little bit better. You know, John, that is true. Um, several members are in the chat, part of the 3AP. You can visit our website at 3ap.org. We're actually one of the largest and oldest astronomy organizations in the United States, with upwards of 400 to 500 members. Uh, and we do through the club we do a lot of things that you don't need to be local to the area. We do live streams like you're viewing here now from our 24-inch reflector. Several of our members have put on very good talks. If you go to the 3AP YouTube channel, there is actually, let me drop a link in the chat for you. There's a introduction to telescopes that goes over various styles and what to look for so you don't get what is considered a hobby killer telescope. So you may want to check that out. And then we do have an active Discord for our members that's just a wealth of information. So Susie, I'm this here is our astronomy organization's YouTube channel, and I'd recommend definitely the astronomy basics, scopes and stuff, along with telescope basics and what to avoid. That might be able to point you into a direction to help you learn more about the different styles of telescopes and what would suit you best. Oh, absolutely. You're welcome. Another one of our members did an introduction to astrophotography. So if that's something that interests you, we have that on there. Uh, we have our general meetings, the last several, some really great guest speakers, all kinds of information, and we're constantly trying to add to it as well. But I am going to step away for possibly maybe 10 minutes or so. We are in the max eclipse, so I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of that. Feel free to chat amongst yourselves. I will be back shortly. All right, everyone, I have returned. Hopefully, everyone is hopefully everyone is enjoying the totality. Just over 12 minutes until totality ends, and we can already see that the region here has started getting brighter already. We're going to start dropping our exposure again a little bit. Yeah, that's very true that you have enough time to play around with different exposure settings and everything. Is this your first lunar eclipse drone? So, whenever I went outside to look at it, compared to the last one, it was a couple years ago. I feel like this one's dimmer than the last one. It'll be interesting to see what other members say about that. I asked my wife if she remembered, and she couldn't really remember. But I feel like this one was dimmer. Okay, Dalen is agreeing this one's darker for sure. Ah, yeah, I remember the last one. Um, we we just set an alarm to get up. We went to bed and went out, and it was. I want to say it was a more. It was definitely brighter and more of a stark orange. Yeah, Starman, you are right. I was doing a little bit of research on different eclipses from the past, and uh, even the red U isn't always uh, commonplace. There's been reports of yellow, browns, purples, depending on just the atmospheric conditions. Yep. Starman, I should have had you co-host this with me. You could have given all the Greek mythology or lore of eclipses, I'm sure. Hmm. I figured there would be. Um, I must say, I'm shocked that you don't know any. Ah, consider omens. Yeah, he does. Let's go ahead and get this recentered again. Interesting. Comets causing panic. Look at that wonderful backlash. Nice. Yeah, I took some binoculars out whenever I went to view it. One thing I noticed was just the size. The moon looked so tiny. Um, that made the joke that It wasn't actually a lunar eclipse that we were seeing. It was Mars is hurtling right towards us. And I find that stuff so interesting. I just one day I'll have the time to read up on the mythology. I still haven't started reading that book that you recommended me. Our resident sky captain just came in to check out the eclipse. John, she's already gone back to bed. She has to be up in about a half an hour for work. So totality has officially ended, and you can see already we're starting to see that right here. Well, Starman, we know that they got that wrong because clearly Earth is flat. So for those of you that are outside uh, visually observing this, is there still a red U to the moon? So I have a feeling that we're going to lose that here. Very much so. Interesting. Looks like diamond ring. So John, that's how I felt whenever during totality when I went out. That's what it looked like to me. For some reason, Sharpcap's not happy. I'm not sure what I've changed. Hey, with those little mini PCs, they're not a fan of stacking frames. Oh, I think I know what I was doing wrong before. I think I had chose the other stacking for deep sky stacking instead of solar lunar planetary stacking. So those of you up at the observatory, how late do you plan on staying? But just over 50 minutes until the partial eclipse ends. And I don't know how much longer I will be able to continue imaging before the moon sets into the roof of my observatory. But I am going to keep going a little bit longer. Hmm. Some faint clouds. Let me. I do see on my all sky camera, excuse me, a little bit of clouds coming in from the west. And I did forget to bring up the all sky camera uh, during totality. But I can see, I don't know how well it'll come through west over here. I do see some clouds coming in. Well, the good news is, well, I don't know how long, Dalen, you're planning on doing your time lapse. The good news is it stayed clear for totality. If you're planning on doing all the way through to the end, I do hope that the clouds hold off for you. So partial ends. Yeah, I'm thinking when partial ends, that's going to be right about the time it's going to set into my roof. It'll be interesting to see if that happens or if I call it quits and go get some sleep before then. I haven't decided yet. Oh, geez. I know a little bit that I went out there for 15 minutes or so. It was chilly, but I just went out in shorts, t-shirt, and flip-flops. Wasn't quite prepared for 50 degrees or wow, 44-degree weather. It was so nice earlier today. See if I can pull up one of my sky camera files during totality. So, for those that were around before, it went from the moon being quite washed out to just a tiny red, well, kind of red ball. We either need a good rain or I need to go and clean my lens. I think I get birds that like to perch on top of it because there's a dew heater in there and it stays on all the time. I've never put it on a controller yet, and I think it just has enough heat to attract them, and they like to get their little birdie prints all over it. But this will be interesting to see the time lapse it creates in the morning. Yeah, we could definitely use a little bit of rain. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, camping just wouldn't be the same without a fire, especially if you're going to cook on it too. Are you planning on going to any big star parties this year? I haven't decided if I'm going to or not. I'd like to, but it already seems like my entire 2025 summer is booked. I know a couple members, we want to check out some spots in West Virginia. The only one I can remember the name of Calhoun and Spruce Knob. We want to check out those. Not necessarily during like I think Spruce Knob holds the Almost Heaven Star Party, and then a couple other places. I'd like to plan a like long weekend or a couple days 3 AP trip during even if it's during the week or something up to Cherry Springs and just even if it's going to be cloudy, just go up because we went to Black Forest last year. Um, Dave, Starman, a couple other members, they went up and we had okay skies off and on, but even whenever it was like raining or cloudy, it was still just fun relaxing and hanging out with everyone. But I just don't know how many people would commit to going if it's not going to be clear and just, if it's going to be cloudy, well, we'll still go and just treat it as like a little getaway. Yeah, winter trip up there, if it was going to be clear, that would be really nice. And yeah, I'd agree. Definitely Airbnb or something. I remember looking whenever we were going up to Black Forest. Um, we were thinking about doing another trip, and there was quite a few nice places that had a decent size yard, whatever you want to call it, just open area around the house, with nice opening where we could just stay right there and do imaging. Uh, and it was relatively cheap. Uh, I want to say the one we looked at, it slept eight, and splitting it up, I think it was only like 400 a night. But whenever you split it up, 4 or 5 ways, it's not too terrible. But once again, the hardest part is the commitment. And I tell you what, I really need to tear apart my mount and fix the backlash and right ascension. Yeah, that's really the way to do it. Um, Kristen and I, we were thinking about getting a small camper to start doing these trips, but some things came up, and that's not in the cards at the moment. But maybe a couple years from now. Did it again. But Calhoun, I've never been down there, but they have a cabin right on the astronomy field that you can rent. We tried trying to track down information about it. And I'm not sure if they just didn't have it up because of the off season or if it's new, but they do have a cabin there that you can rent. I don't know how many it sleeps, but it's right on the astronomy field, I believe. We got 35 minutes till the partial eclipse ends. Let's see. I'm surprised I'm not in the roof already. It's hard to see from the angle I have it set up, but from here it looks like it's pointing into the roof, but I guess it's not. Yeah. If it's not trees, it's power lines. You think you'll be able to make it to some of the start parties this year, or do you think work's not going to be conducive to that? Yeah, okay. Well, that's nice that they work with you on that. I'll probably be participating a lot more at Wagman this year. Um, just setting up along the driveway. I know Kristen, she's excited to use her scope up there too. Uh, nice. We have Star Party cards at both observatories. Um, we don't have any flyers, but we could probably make one fairly easy enough. I know one thing that's been on our list to do is the update all the pamphlets. Um, so we have a lot of material that we are hoping to accomplish updating this year. And I want to say last year, or actually no, we should already have our like flyer because Heather made a set last year to set around the park, to have them put up in their little glass displays. I believe that she gave some to the park again this year already. I'll have to see if I can track it down and get you a copy of it. Yeah, you're welcome. So for everyone, I see a couple people just popped in. Welcome to the post totality uh, lunar live stream. If you're interested, you can scroll back and see totality. Um, we're going to go for at least another 27 minutes here till the partial eclipse ends or until the sun sets into the roof of my observatory. Not quite sure which is going to happen first, to be honest. Interesting. I don't know if it was. I don't remember if it was you that was telling me that it was having issues during the solar eclipse, or if it was someone else, or I read about it. But I remember hearing some issues with it during the solar eclipse. It may have been you talking about it. Wow, 12,000 frames. That's crazy. Yep. Gonna try to wait it out for the next 20 minutes. To be honest, this is longer than I thought I'd make it. I figured I'd make it maybe 15, 20 minutes past totality and call it quits. I've never done a mineral moon before. Something I've been wanting to do, but never sat down to learn how to process it. Yeah, kind of figured that's all it was. It's just, I don't know. Guess now would be the time. It's clear. At least get the data and then have it. Hmm. Interesting. All the mineral moon photos. I mean, I haven't seen a ton posted around, but they've all been full moons. Oh yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Good to know. So all this movement, that's all backlash I have. I really need to fix that. It makes plate solving at long focal lengths almost impossible. Yeah. Yeah, ooh is right. It's bad. Last year I tore apart the deck axis and re-greased everything, but I never got around to the RA because it's a little bit more involved. But I think before I switch scopes for galaxy season, I should probably do it. Yeah, yesterday I've been working on the Seagull. Yesterday I tore down the Ascar off of the mountain. All I did was just play around with the moon to make sure everything was working good. Um, Dave was having some issues with the seeing also. but I'll still take it over what we've had for the last couple months. Down to the final countdown. Well, the last couple seconds, and I still got dark spot. Well, at least it's not just me. I'm gonna say probably 5 more minutes. Yeah, I wonder if it just has something to do with the dynamic range just isn't wide enough. So to expose everything properly, it really exaggerates the shadow. I think that might be about it. At least I think I'm going to call it. Grab 2,000 frames just to have, try a mineral moon maybe. If I don't sleep the day away tomorrow, then I think I'll wrap up for the night. If I have enough hard drive space for that. Yep. Well, thank you for watching. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope everyone has a great evening. Take care.